Oke, malam ini Dota dulu ya. Dota dulu ya. Semoga bisa menemani brosis sekalian. Syukur-syukur bisa menghibur apapun itu. Wah, siap-siap. Ya nonton TI arcade rank.
Here's Beppoon, and the strongest thing about the Lifestealer is that he sits in his lane for 10 to 12 minutes and you can never kick him out, which really hurts how Gaming Gliders wants to play. They want to move their heroes around, take the towers really fast, and when there's a carry that's sitting in the lane and you can never pressure into him, it feels really bad for how you want to move around the map.
Yeah, and for gaming to have that hero on your safe lane and not care about like how to make his gameplay better and like have complete freedom on supports. You know, this is what they excel at. Like their two supports are usually running around mid lane and helping CCNC to do all this pressure and like start from the mid lane. This is like what this team is really excel at.
Bigrim did end up getting picked up by the way, Sheep. That was one that you were talking about.
It's just a really powerful hero. I mean, you play around this Inkswell, like, purge of the stuns. It makes it so hard for anyone. Like, you're playing with a Primal already who's just going to want to go in and destroy everyone. Like, this Grimstroke, on top of that, elevates his, like, strengths throughout all stages of the game. Early,
LGD Gaming.
To be given so freely to Gaming, I think was rough for LGD, and now they have a Silencer on top of that to cover their team fight.
I mean, looking at these three heroes, like I don't really like it for Gladiators that much, just purely because they're going away from their idea of like pressuring so much, and I think it benefits LGD because in that game, like the normal game where there's not a lot of pressure, I think this is like their best chance of like taking the series down.
I also think, so the way the draft kind of plays out these days is the second phase is really hard to ban heroes, as they only get one ban for the side of LGD. So they end up picking the one hero that they think is the best, the Lifestealer, and they have to give up the Grim, they have to give up anything else. So pretty much the only bans you really get and feel confident about are the first phase, and they chose to take out pretty much Celery's heroes. They take out the Chen Ench, which I think are his top 2 right now in this tournament, and so now you see him force the Sans. Yeah, as you said, I don't really feel too confident with this. Just because it's moving into, they're playing into LGD's book, I would say, and that is something that has not really gotten them to where they are right now in the tournament.
And the Shadow Demon is such a great pickup to stop in this Primal base from doing anything in the mid game. Like the lane might be rough a little bit, but I mean, looking at their support, right, they don't have really a good way of stopping him. But in the mid game, like playing against Purge and the Shadow Demon as a Primal base is actually impossible.
Yeah, it's also really good for Grimstroke. You can purge the Inkswell anytime you see a hero. The Primal, surprisingly, it purges the charge, so he can't even charge out when he gets purged.
Yes, exactly.
And the defensive purge is really nice for Silencer too. Maybe he can click it on the Phoenix early in the fight. The Phoenix will always get stuff off. And we see the cow.
I mean, the cow is amazing here as well because those two supports, they don't have really a good mechanic to stop him from charging. Neither it's Primal Beast, so they're gonna have to think about buying Yules on somebody to be able to stop his charges, but it's still like we've seen so many times the Spirit Breaker is just like going first to the net first. Like even after losing his lane horribly, it doesn't matter. As soon as you're buying like Midas and Nocturne, you're just pushing every wave, and then you have this mechanic of like coming back to the fights from anywhere else. And I think it's really important in this patch to have one of those heroes that can connect easily to the fight and like being on the other side of the map. So it's either like Spectre, Dawnbreaker, or Spirit Breaker. That's why those heroes are seen more.
Alright, so there's some really quick stuff. Quinn played versus Spirit Breaker mid because that's what this is. We see the Centaur, so we know that this will be Nothing to Say's hero. And it was versus 9 Pandas, Kiyotaka, and he absolutely destroyed the Spirit Breaker. And as we talked about earlier, Quinn's this type of player who you give him a counter pick like Necro versus a melee strength hero, and he's going to do some work in the game. I honestly was thinking that they might put the Primal Beast because that was the matchup he played versus 9 Pandas, whereas Primal versus Spirit Breaker, he solo killed the lane, the game ended in 20-something minutes. But they picked Necro, which is, if anything, is a stronger lane now versus Spirit Breaker, so I would be really confident now just for the fact that they have a hero to play around with Quinn.
Yeah. Even like despite that, I kind of don't like the supports on LGD. I think that they're both not high on burst damage, they're pretty slow. I think it's much easier for Gaming to make moves. You talked about how they like to kind of crush early. I think now with this winning mid matchup, I think they can make much more plays, or they can even just kind of play it chill and wait for their timings on Primal or whoever, and just make sure that they're playing defensively where they use Global to cover any ganks that they try and make.
Yeah, it seems like they don't really think about like going to the mid game and like how Necrophos might be bad against Porch and like not, you know, like not being that tanky core. But at the same time, like they're just looking through the lanes and they're like, this Necrophos is gonna stomp the Spirit Breaker so hard that you're gonna like, you know, completely run them over. But I'm still worried because usually their lineups, they have this good tower damage, and this is how they were able to close the games out so fast. But on this lineup specifically, there's no like hero that, you know, kills tower, so they need to find some material like Turbo Blade or something from the Russia side that actually like helps them take down the objectives in this game.
A lot of their success with the Necrophos ends up pairing it with other push or other healing. They picked it with Dazzle off lane in the past, where they both just ball up and they go just end the game. And they probably picked it with Tides and Chen, so they don't really have the draft that you win 20 minutes and you walk down a lane yet. We'll see what Duracho ends up picking, but I would say it's outside of Terrorblade, that's not really his hero pool. He doesn't really pick the early game.
Alchemist.
That's one way to up the tempo.
To me, this game looks like the game 1 against Liquid, where they chose to go for you know, regular lineup, and it didn't really work for them, and they lost that game to Liquid. So I think that, like, at least that this is the game for LGD. If they manage to like get out from the lanes evenly, or like not super stomped, and you know, going to the mid game, I think they have way better chances.
I want to trust this Spirit Breaker. I think Spirit Breaker is a crazy hero, but I'm too worried about the mid matchup going away for Gaming Gladiator, so I think that Quinn will just stomp the mid lane and just carry the momentum throughout the whole game.
Do you think even if the Spirit Breaker does get shut down in lane, he's still going to have that disruption in team fights and will still have an impact that could carry a later game for LGD?
If there's one hero I would want to get crushed on mid, it'd be Spirit Breaker.
Okay.
So he has that going for him.
that one small glimmer of hope.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. Although, that being said, I really like Gamen's speed that they can pull up here. I think like when Alchemist gets his Blink Dagger and they're able to kind of move around the map and be really fast about it, I think LGD are going to struggle playing into this global.
Anything else you guys want to talk about very quickly, especially this arc? We've seen it a couple times for Duracho. Is it going to be that thing that ties it all together, the make or break for Gaming Gladiators? Quickly, Gunnar?
Yeah, I think the Alchemist lane is going to be really stable top, and he'll have a really good time, and just they have so much time to make space for him, just bodies on the map and pressure, that he'll have a good time farming his Radiance.
All right, I like it. Let's see how much confidence Gaming Gladiators coach has in their draft.
Thank you very much. I am standing by with CY of Gaming Gladiators, who you had a late night last night, my man. How much time did you have to prepare for today as a whole? Did you only get to prepare for LGD, or did you prepare for LGD and Spirit?
We only prepared for LGD. We didn't have that much time as well. I also want to get some sleep. It's pretty important, but one game at a time, you know? So no preparation for Spirit.
One game at a time, and you come up with a silencer. What's this guy doing in this draft for you guys?
Hopefully he silences Phoenix.
I never knew Dota was just that simple. Now, you only got to prepare for LGD, but I remember that during the Riyadh Masters, you and I got quite a few opportunities to interact, and you seemed confident in your lower bracket run. It unfortunately got cut short at 4th place. Why should I believe you this time that you're going to make it all the way?
I mean, this time we already made it to 3rd, right? So it's better than last time. So you should just believe.
Seattle, you ready to watch some Dota? Let's get lower bracket finals started.
Let's indeed. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's LGD up against Gaming Gladiators to start off this final day of the International. Fog, we heard there from CY, coming in with a bit of a different pick this game on Gaming Gladiators' side, the Silencer. Could this be the answer to the Phoenix, a hero that we're seeing time and time again so far this tournament?
Definitely feels like a kind of cool pick, a very different one style here. Very good versus the Phoenix, but also versus these saves that we've been seeing a lot coming out in this tournament. The Shadow Demon in particular, we've seen so many games where people just get bailed out of certain death. Very difficult if you're global, so we'll have to see itemization and stuff. Of course, there's going to be some demonic cleanses that you can pre-cast and stuff like that. We'll get all into that as we do have an early smoke from LGD.
Let's see if they can get the catch here. Coming in with a wraparound, trying to enter into Gaming Gladiators' jungle, but Gaming Gladiators, they're hovering around that mid-tier 1 tower in a bit of a tough point at the map for LGD to strike.
Very unlikely somebody gets caught out here gaming.
Yeah,
very
super prepared.
Yep.
They know this sort of play is going to be coming out here.
I'm looking forward to this one. This looks like it should be a pretty fight-heavy style draft.
I'll say that though, Cirio and Celery, they kind of step across. Gonna set up with a disruption, you. Looking for the follow. Who's with the there? Tries to hold him back, doesn't matter. You still fight the who. Come on to Celery. Celery taken down. First blood for LGD. So if they can find something in return, Gaming Gladiators to curse upon you, they will at least get the trade. Quinn not able to get the first blood, but still getting that kill as the mid lane is going to feel pretty good for him as the Necrophos.
Especially versus that Spirit Breaker in particular too. This is a matchup that Quinn could snowball out of control, just like Panel was talking about. Planet messing with the Racha quite a bit here.
He's going to try and make it a little bit more awkward for him on his way back towards that top lane. Extra bit of damage coming in. And he'll certainly have money to play with, as he was the one indeed to get that first blood for LGD.
Planet not hesitating whatsoever. Instantly buys out pretty much everything. I think triple mangoes purchased up, so he's looking to be pretty aggressive up here. A pretty strong lane. I don't think that we've seen too much anymore. I know the Centaur a ton, but Centaur and Shadow Demon, an old classic. Very aggressive as well.
A lot of damage. If these two start to get a bit of a level advantage, this Alchemist and Silencer could end up being very vulnerable against the huge amounts of burst that these two can come out within the laning stage. Gaming Gladiators, they've got to be careful up there.
Yeah, absolutely. This is probably the lane where lots of chaos is going to be happening mid lane. I think we already kind of expect the Quinn should be able to take advantage of this one massively versus nothing to say. Bottom lane, this one could also be pretty kill heavy as well too, especially for the side of gaming already.
They're getting right in underneath the tower. Cirio in trouble. One more slap from Ace will get the job done. Cirio taken down. Ace will lose his life, but happily taking that trade. They're getting in and taking the carry out.
This is going to be bloodthirsty in these side lanes.
And overall as well, what do you sort of take away from the carry decisions from both teams? Because it was quite a quick pick with the Luna in response to the Alchemist coming out at the end from Gaming Gladiators. Do you feel this was what LGD were going for anyway, or do you think this was directly because of the Alch being picked?
I think it probably could have been something they were looking for anyway because of the Necrophos. I know Cirio, he's one of the few players that I've seen that's actually still doing this like 3-1-1 build even in the early game. He's very aggressive, likes to be involved early on, so maybe it's that mixed magical physical damage they wanted just to be able to have versus the Necro as well too. And it fits for kind of this early style with the Shadow Demon that can look to brawl and fight often. So probably a couple mixtures of things that they did want with it. Also is going to be very good for this Night Vision, of course too. Playing with the Spirit Breaker, playing with this Luna Night Vision can be pretty strong inside of these team fights,
so far, looking at the last hit, that's the mid lane, as you say, as expected. The edge here for Quinn.
But look at Ace's last hits right now, bottom. Does get that kill early on, of course, but he's only got 3 to his name versus Cirio at the moment.
Getting to the point already where it's not easy for nothing to say to sort of approach this mid wave. As they will take huge amounts of damage and favorable trade going the way of it's Quinn Necrophos in this 1v1. Top lane, Cirio. He's in a bit of trouble. He's got the concoction cooking up. Is he able to throw it out? He holds it for the deny.
All right,
that'll get the job done. He's out of the lane for a few seconds, but at least able to stop LGD from getting the kill against him.
But he is really struggling on the last hit department. So far, New and Planet bringing it to him. I knew didn't win yesterday, but made some pretty amazing plays on his side.
Look at this in the mid lane. It's getting pretty nasty. Quinn just sort of running nothing to say right back underneath the tier 2.
He's just
what do you do at this point in this 1v1?
at the least he can go back and he can just charge out and stuff, right? So he can make moves all over the match, but it's a matchup that he knows he's going to inevitably lose. But it is at least a hero that can make moves around and is probably one of the best recovery heroes in the game at the moment, so.
For sure. And for Gaming Gladiators, they need Quinn to be having this sort of start in the mid, because as we're seeing on the side lanes, it's not going quite as well for them.
Yeah, they need somebody to be able to rally around, especially if the Alchemist is having this slow of a start for Dyrachyo. Nice attempt there from Planet, trying to catch the wave. Unable to. Level 3, another big kill threat that they're going to be able to have up here on the side of LGD. Bottom though, Ace continuing to get aggressive.
And they've got the Inks well stunned. He'll allow them to set up to take down Why You Smile. Gladiators, whilst they might not be getting the easiest of farm here for Ace down bottom, they're finding action. Top lane, Dyrachyo. It's going to fall pretty low here to the poisons, won't quite die. And both New and Planet also getting beaten down pretty low here by Celery.
If he gets another one, could be a kill.
So he's cooking up a concoction.
One more.
If anything, he's just going to allow Planet to try and find further connections, but the fourth's not there.
Nope.
I'll turn towards Celery instead. New, he's stepping up. He's got a hoof stomp and a double A. Celery, he could be in a lot of trouble here. New will go with the right clicks alone. He'll take Celery down, backs away. Make sure not to use the double A to bring himself too low. Back up, coming in. Nothing to say with the rotation. Charges forward on towards Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo, this time will not be able to deny himself. Planet gets the kill.
I mean, these two, honestly, Planet and New yesterday were making magic happen again, putting a ton of pressure up here. The Silencer's trying to dissuade the pressure, of course, with those arcane curses, but they're just waiting, patient. And as you said there, they understand. Don't use the double edge.
Exactly.
Just go for the right clicks. Very, very calculated.
New in particular really knowing his limits on this hero, playing aggressively despite his HP being incredibly low in these situations.
And there you see right away, it's like, yeah, he's losing the mid lane on this Spirit Breaker, but I think Spirit Breaker, Primal Beast, probably two of the best heroes that can just easily make those rotations, gets a good connection. But yeah, Quinn, he definitely will be an issue that they're going to have to find some answers. And they do have answers.
I was going to say,
as game progresses, they've got the Demonic Purge. It's always going to be able to remove the Ghost Shard. They've got this massive amount of magic damage that comes from Phoenix and potentially from the Luna. As he's not going for the beam build just yet, but of course he'll have those points in later.
So overall for LGD, the fact that they know that Quinn's getting this completely uninterrupted free farm in the mid lane, you don't think they're too concerned about that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, there's going to be, of course, a lot of plays that happen with these, global silences that can just potentially save Quinn versus a lot of the burst and whatnot, but they probably feel like they do have some answers since they have that mixed magic.
Nothing to say, shows in the mid.
That's deep, they glyph the wave.
Ofu not quite able to connect with the initial slow. See Quinn should be able to close in with the Inkswell buff upon him. He's got the sights ready to drop down. If he feels that the kill's going to be there, he'll drop it, and he's got it. Quinn able to take down, nothing to say. Same time up top, though. Dyrachyo and a spot of bother being chased out by LGD. Completely surrounded by the three of them. Disruption's there to try and mess up the ability for him to fry his concoction. It will sell stun and cause the stun to hit onto New, but it won't save Dyrachyo as he goes down once again.
Planet actually even holding the poisons. I think maybe just saving that kill there for New. Some calculation coming in 5-4. Action-packed early game.
I mean, this nice top lane, he's sort of been knocked out of this top lane 3 times already, Dyrachyo. It's not getting any easier for him up here.
He's got pretty much nothing right now. I mean, 2,400 gold, so he's similar as that Spirit Breaker, but level 3 only on the Alchemist so far.
Now, soon to be hitting, level 5 on New.
Yep.
Massive amounts of burst going to be coming in. They've got this decently sized creep wave pushing forward in towards them as well. So LGD in a very happy spot in this top lane in particular.
Yeah, they're starting to leave Ace alone down bottom. Tofu's trying to rectify what's going on up top, trying to help out Dyrachyo.
Yeah, they hit it with the scan though, LGD. So New, he'll be knowing to stay safe to close to the tower. He's unlikely to be caught out by this rotation.
Nice attempt there by Y. Ace maybe going to force a dive here.
Ooh.
He actually stops it as well, too.
Very well played, but at the same time, Why You Smile, he's down to the low ground with the Sun Ray.
That was so quick, the Sun Ray, but can he get away?
I don't know if he can. He's going to have a few spirits to throw down onto Ace. Lucent Beam as well, trying to hold Ace back. He's going to continue to run this down. Another spirit out, slowing down the attack speed. It's enough to actually allow Why You Smile to get away. Meanwhile, back on the top side of the map, Dyrachyo got taken down once again. This time, Quinn turns up, wants to try and make LGD pay for it. They will get near in return, but they won't get nothing to say. Just another instance now where Dyrachyo, he is not having fun up here.
He certainly isn't, but New does have to be a little cautious. The one thing about Centaur playing versus Silencer, don't want to die too much. Giving up that int can be a problem for the hero.
Another connection. Quinn's in with the burst. It's another side kill here for Quinn.
And this Necro, I think that's what Boots Travel finished up, so his movement around the map is going to get faster and faster. Now looking to pressure. I mean, he's going to get good damage onto this tower here. Good thing that Y's there to at least drag a little bit, but Quinn just starts chasing.
He's in under the tower. Celery, he's getting dove here by the two of them. I don't think there'll be any TP backup for this poor old silent servo. It's coming in now, but Celery will still fall. Planet finishes off the kill. Questions if Gaming Gladiators can find something in return. Duracho's able to step in, throw down the concoction. These are big kills for Gladiators to be picking up. Same time down bottom, Ace chased upon by nothing to say, and Cirio, the ultimate up in a second here for the Spirit Breaker, but he can't quite find the vision, nothing to say. So Ace, he'll walk out alive once more.
A good attempt, but just a bit too tanky. You see that he actually did put at least 2 points in the Lucent Beam. Most of these players have been going for like the 1-1-3 build. Not able to get the kill, but a good attempt. Top 3 cores on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Even though Duracho is dying a lot up top, he's still doing pretty decent, all things considered.
Especially with the fact that those kind of last 2 deaths on New on that top lane, definitely swinging things back in favor of Gaming Gladiators.
And now can they hold on to this mid tower is the question.
Trend Protector.
New will be able to get around from this one. They'll hit him with the scam, but he's already back to the safety of his side of the map. So New nicely avoiding that move there.
It's actually both scans. They used immediately, both of them trying to find him, so he was able to sneak himself away from that at least. Ace will be able to clean up some jungle, is going down the Blade Mail route. Pretty good Blade Mail game versus this Luna versus the Phoenix across the board. And very early aggressive ward that we're seeing Gaming already placing down, so they're going to have good information. When you're playing versus something like Spirit Breaker, if he has such a hard lane, you know he doesn't want to return back mid. When they get these deep wards down, you're going to see these charges coming through, so they're going to have a lot of information to play on these next moments.
What do LGD do for the next move? They're going to try and go on bottom, but the global silence comes out for Celery. Ace, he's ready to turn, goes back in with the ultimate straight up on Cirio. The side's there, they've got the burst. Quinn turns up, takes him down. As at this point in the game, it feels just it's so incredibly difficult for LGD to make any sort of moves, but at the same time, they don't want to sit back and farm because on the other side of the map, there's an Alchemist picking things up.
I think it's still a bold attempt to go for this Primal. He is very tanky, 1400 HP already. They are quite lacking in the damage early game. Quick rotation, this tower gonna get pressured massively here. They will be able to hold on to their mid tower at least to get some levels on the Phoenix, but damage being done here from Gaming Gladiators early on. They're opening it up for Duracho to get good timing. So he's got 4 deaths. He's about to have his Sacred Relic already done.
It really seems like it didn't matter. Catching up massively. LGD, where do they go next?
Difficult for a Luna as well too. If you do start struggling in this game, the heroes that you have to run you down. There's a Primal Beast, there's this Necro who's going to be immensely tanky, and a Radiance that's going to come out soon. You need to start getting something going in their favor.
Way to get back in the game as a mid Spirit Breaker, it's just not easy. Looking for kills, looking for action. It's not LGD's strong point right now against the tools that Gaming Gladiators have managed to amass.
No, and overall too, he's playing into the Primal Beast, which is a hero that just doesn't even care about status or just if he gets the grab onto him. Cirio again, in trouble.
Yeah. Just in time to hold Ace back, and he's able to get out of the range of the swell. So by now, onto the 2 supports. Gaming Gladiators they continue to move forward. They've got the burst, they've got the side, not quite enough damage to
agak maksa sih ini. Agak maksa sih. Anjing. Agak maksa sih bener. Maksa.
Duracho.
Can LGD get more out of this? Both Ace and Quinn incredibly low at the side of the fight. Duracho on the retreat. Nothing to say. Charging it over towards Quinn. Who's not from you? Double edge as well. They've got the third. They take down a 4th. LGD strike back hard.
Beautiful connection. What an egg. Right in the middle of everybody. Gaming try to go for a very early aggressive play here. The Reaper doesn't do much damage at all.
Oh, they needed that. They needed that big time. An amazing fight there for LGD.
A big wombo combo team fight abilities connecting perfectly there.
We'll see the move again. You know, Gaming Gladiators, they walk right into this. I mean, it looked like a solid start going for Shura, but between the Stampede, the hold back of the Lucent Beam, avoiding that initial attempt from Ace, they feel good. They get the Soul Bind. It's an early sight, but it's one that you feel tempted to go for because they're linked together, but it's just a bit too soon. The burst isn't there, and at this point, I think you got the Fire Spirits out as well. The Hoostomps are new. They just didn't allow Gaming Gladiators any chance to take down this egg.
I honestly like pretty beautiful spell casting coming out across the board. Planet even with that little disruption, buying time so that they both don't get grabbed from the Primal Beast.
They're going to try and go again at Gaming Gladiators. This time, they might find Shiro. They're in on top of him. Soulbind's back up. The grab's there. Shiro won't survive this time round. Gaming Gladiators, not to be deterred after that, the way that last fight went, they went straight back here. This time they get the job done.
No hesitation. They know that they are pretty cooldown reliant to be able to turn those fights early game since they do have that little bit of a lead. They do have global as well too. That last fight Celery didn't have it, so hanging on to it for the next time.
Okay. Nonton lagi.
A minute or so to make that next play without the threat of Celery being able to put a stop to their move. So a successful bait of the ultimate from LGD.
Make sure you can't ever get Ghost Shroud off. Get the focus.
Lunanya masih miskin.
Every minute that anything slows down, the game totally just massively goes for Gaming Gladiators.
Buat space buat Luna agak susah sih.
The global silence being unavailable for Gaming Gladiators.
4 hero lainnya nggak ada damage.
Ults at the ready.
It's underneath this ward setup from Gaming Gladiators, and not an easy part for to strike into whilst they lack the vision on the high ground.
Oh, bisa lari-lari doang.
Giving a lot of information as well for Gladiators.
Their front line is just so tanky here.
Lari-lari doang ini mah.
So waiting to see if Tofu is actually queuing up his. Bit of a different route of items. He's actually
Hard game. Nang GG itu mah Gaming Gladiator. Apa ini ya? Aduh, ada lion. Seeker. Medusa. Gue jual apa ya?
Dire victory.
Ayan nih bos. Kaya, support gua kaya. Itu lion nih bos. sniper juga.
Radiant victory.
Anjing ada parts juga. Roto anjing. Alah, belum gua beli ini.
Dire victory. Facebook. Radiant victory. Dire victory. Dire victory. Radiant victory.
Chance.
Radiant victory.
Bola ya, go. Dor. Ini nggak dapat.
Dire victory.
Nggak dapat lagi. Ya. Kurang sepatunya ini aja. Nah. Supreme 20. Aduh bang, aduh dikit lagi cok.
Dire victory. Radiant victory.
Yang 25 semua. Beling gua mana, Cok? Ah, ntar aja dah.
Radiant victory.
Smell blood.
Dire victory.
Fresh meat.
Radiant victory. victory.
Fresh meat!
Dire victory.
Fresh meat!
Radiant victory.
Fresh meat! I smell blood. Boy, fresh meat! Ha ha! Fresh meat! Blood is in the fresh air. Meat! Ha 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 ha! Fresh meat! Triple kill! Dominating. Mega kill. Rampage. Unstoppable.
Dire victory. Radiant victory.
Fresh meat. Fresh meat. Fresh meat.
Radiant victory.
Fresh meat.
Radiant victory. Dire victory. Dire victory.
Aduh, salah Cok.
Fresh meat.
victory. Radiant victory.
Fresh mate!
Radiant.
Immortality.
Radiant victory.
Who's tanky and has tons of AoE damage, very able to do this at this stage of the game. Now the invade fail that happened at the 12-minute mark was a little bad for them. This AoE here, this ink swell around the Primal Beast, if Luna gets within this range, she gets stunned and probably comboed. She interrupts the first stun, Stampede keeps her slightly outside of that range, and that's why they were able to disengage and win that huge fight against Gladiators. But what did they do immediately after they respawned? They went back to the same spot. They do not want to let them clear these stacks easily. They want to get kills, they want to accelerate the gold advantage, and this all helps them accelerate their timing. So they win this fight, and Dyrachyo rotates over with his Radiance to clear this Ancient stack, taking it away from Luna. And all of this acceleration that they work for hits them with this crazy timing at 16 minutes. BKB finished on Alchemist. The whole team is already set up to prep this fight, and it ends up going well for Gaming Gladiators. This is why they're able to rack so early. It's because they're invading constantly in slightly abnormal ways and winning great fights. It was a very, very close game, though.
It was a really close one. That early game, we've already said it many times. You said it, Reza. LGD sometimes struggle with the laning phase. Gaming Gladiators, they love the tempo. They love to be aggressive for themselves. Everyone in this arena, they loved the game one, and it's nice to know that we still have at least one more game in this best of 3 to be able to see some more action just like that. But it's not only people in this arena that are enjoying TI-12. There are locations all across the world right now that are enjoying the action that is taking place here. So Game Gladiator fans, LGD fans, they span all the way across the world, not just here, guys.
Yeah, and the game is amazing. Like, you know, you expect this game to be like over soon because of the high lead of the gaming galleries that they had, but at the same time, like, it's just like very back and forth in those team fights. Like, there are very little gimmicks that decide like, who's gonna win the game. You know, it's not clear until the very end.
Yeah, we talked a lot about how gaming maybe made a mistake on the high ground push, but I think LGD, the way they played the mid game from behind was really commendable. They actually came back into the game at some points. They had a rapier timing on this Aegis, and it was just unfortunate that the contest on the Roche fight didn't work out, because he ended the game with a rapier in his inventory. He was just dead for 2 minutes, so he couldn't use it. And so in the next game, I'm probably looking for their lanes to go slightly better in the draft. I think maybe the Necro ban is probably something they should look towards, because it seems like the hero pool they went for Nothing to Say is not really going to work out versus Quinn, at least if he gets the Necro. But overall, I think the way that they're playing is honestly pretty stable versus Gaming Gladiators. If they can kind of fix some of the big major mistakes in the draft, I think they'll be kind of set for the next game.
Alrighty, well, let's see where the crowd is sitting. If they're Gaming Gladiator fans, if they're LGD fans, if they're hoping for a 2-0, if they're hoping for 3 games. So let's see, Slacks, where are you? Where are you?
Hello, I am here with the LGD fans. LGD fans, this is the darkest that it has looked. They are down a game and they need us now more than ever. Gentlemen, ladies, it is time. Please get your dogs out. Team Hot Dog, let's go with LGD. LGD, 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 LGD.
Excuse you.
We've also been talking in honor of our vegetarian Gaming Gladiators, the celery dance. Are you ready? Celery dance! Celery dance!
What the hell is that? No, no! We will not let these calorie deficient vegetarians beat us! We are preserved! We are the hot dogs!
Dire victory.
Fresh mate! Fresh mate!
Radiant victory! Dire victory!
Fresh mate!
Dire victory!
我觉得更多是良好的团队氛围。我觉得是我们彼此每一个人都觉得你玩就是可能我们中单想玩猛犸的时候，我们每个人也会去鼓励他。然后我们上位想玩蜘蛛的时候，我们彼此互相都会觉得你玩肯定可以的，就是这样的。
48 half HP is the ancient. Waveform into Ramsey is going to get hexed right off the bat. There's the ancient seal of follow. The GGs are called. The ancient gets destroyed.
关于大家认为我们的打法比较先进并且多样这个问题，我认为我们更多的是我们每个选手对于自己打法的自信吧。我觉得 更加坚信自己玩，我们就是把自己玩的东西玩得更好一点，然后越来越自信了，所以敢选东西就越来越多了。
Fresh meat.
Radiant victory.
Gaming Gladiators. Game 2.
Game 2 of our lower bracket finals. We just heard it there from Y. Innovation is confidence. This team, they've been known for those wild drafts. They were the first ones to do Dark Willow on the main stage. We saw it last weekend. This could be the do or die. This is where the innovation is really going to come in clutch for them. How far do you push the envelope to make it to the grand finals, to make a comeback in this low bracket?
To me, it's definitely it was their best draft with Dark Willow and Broodmother and Magnus, and I would love to see them going for this again, because I think this is like the way to break the game against Gaming Gladiators, and to pull something that they don't expect, and it will break their plan of, like, you know, having this stable mid game.
I definitely hope they don't take the carry Dark Willow. I think the rest is good, but if you remember that game, I think the Willow took a really long time to come online. If you're playing against Gaimin who want to press you so early, I don't think you can be one hero down in the way they were for so long. Like, she just needs so many items to come online, and it really was a case of like the rest of the LGD team really like carrying the game to the point where Cirio could take part.
Yeah, because the big timing on level 20 for Dark Willow carry. It's when you get the more duration on the W, so a lot of the time when you talk about the hero, like, we're playing for the level 20 team, guys, and if you're playing for level 20 for Gaming Gladiators, you might be in for a struggle. So good news is, it looks like LGD is first pick, so that means that they have the opportunity to ban the Chen and the Ench, and then they can take whatever they want in the draft. So I'll be interested to see how the draft changes up this time.
I'm mostly talking about like how they can take a lead and like pressure GG themselves, because this Broodmother had an opportunity, like, you know, to pressure their towers and
Radiant
to create
victory.
a lot of chaos, and I think this is what they should be aiming for. Not Dark Willow specifically, but something unique.
LGD had the first pick. They're still focusing on that Dazzle, that Chen Enchantress. Like you said, Gunnar, if you're going to take one out, take both of them out. So that's their 3 bans, and it opens up the Muerta for them to be able to get their hands on.
The cool thing about the Muerta is we were talking about the Necrophos, and so thankfully if Muerta ends up being a carry, she's really good because she can shoot him no matter what if he's Ghost Shrouded. So it's kind of already like a soft counter to the Necro later in the draft. And it's also, I think it's one of the better carries versus Chaos Knight. He can't burst you during your ult, so you have kind of a way to fight around him.
Yeah, I've seen this matchup go both ways. Obviously, because Muerta's very dependent on her positioning in fights, and Chaos Knight usually goes for this like Silver Edge and stuff. He's going to be seeking her out. If they do find her, I mean, the burst is insane. Moira is quite squishy without her ult. And Chaos Knight, in general, just this patch is so strong. His laning is terrifying. Like, I wonder if we'll see Grimstroke contested again going into the second phase.
But Boom had the flex with Chaos Knight yesterday. We saw it was able to go into carry, off lane for themselves. Is that the same for Gaming Gladiators, or this is very much a Dyrachyo? They're okay with if this hero is attempted to be countered, that Dyrachyo can still have a really good game for himself, and he'll be able to come back and do it.
choices for Gaming Gladiators, but it's kind of... Again, I'm really scared of this Naga. I thought the second that they picked Chaos Knight, Naga was going to come out at some point in the draft. And so, if anything, I would give LGD an edge right now.
Yeah. All right. And what about yourself, Sheep?
I think Gunner's popped off.
That's true. You kind of predicted everything.
Yeah, he really did.
Sorry.
No, it was great.
Never apologize.
I agree, though. I think LGD have the stronger draft. I think this Pango brought everything together. That was a hero I was thinking of for gaming to help deal with the Naga, but them just sweeping it, I think it just solidifies their draft. I think their high ground is way too scary to go into as well.
So even if we focus Naga's lane time and time again, Gunnar, you think that that shutting down isn't enough to build into Gaming Gladiators, that everyone else on the side of LGD will be able to make space?
Yeah, I think she got picked into pretty much Wraith King and Chaos Knight, which are the same hero that she'll excel in the lane. They don't really have a way to clear the illusions that easily, so her lane should be fine. She can honestly be left alone after 4 or 5 minutes, and her game will be good. The biggest thing is whether Quinn can get a lot of work done in this mid matchup is kind of the way that GG wants to play, is bring stuff mid. Quinn's going to outplay the enemy mid laner and just go from there.
I'm just worried about supports on the LGD side, like how they're gonna protect the Pango from the, from being a runover with the Queen and supports.
All right, we'll keep our eyes on mid. We'll see how impactful this Naga is, and we'll see how confident LGD are feeling about their draft.
I am joined by Xiao8 of LGD, and Helen will be helping me translate. Xiao8, you have played at countless TIs, you've coached countless TIs, you've won TI. When you are looking at this tournament, is there any one thing that's unique about this international compared to others in the past?
小八想问一下，你打过那么多届 TI， 也教练过那么多届 TI， 然后自己也赢得了 TI， 想问一下这届 TI 有什么特别之处吗？
就很久没来西雅图了，感觉西雅图回到了很熟悉的感觉吧。
It's been a while since I've been in Seattle, so that familiar feeling is coming back.
I'm happy to hear it. But how about all the fans who are watching across the world? This may be your last game. Is there anything you'd like to say to them to get them excited that LGD is going to continue fighting?
现场和全世界那么多的观众都在支持你们。这一把游戏你有什么想跟他们说，让他们热情起来的吗？
这一把弄死他们。
We're gonna get them.
They're gonna get them. Let's get ready for game 2.
There we have it, some good words of confidence coming into this game 2 here for LGD up against Gaming Gladiators. A hard-fought game 1 from them, but they weren't able to do it. Gladiators pulling through in that first game. Here in this game 2, what do you think about the change-ups? I'm seeing already the fact that LGD, they've got Cirio on this Naga Siren. If his Manta play was anything to go by in the last game with the Luna, you've only got to imagine what he's going to be able to do on a Naga Siren.
Yeah, it feels like two very different style drafts versus each other. A very fast-paced draft, Gaming trying to just take advantage, just slam these lanes, in particular mid. Quinn going for his Queen of Pain, of course. They're trying to just snowball the game out of control. LGD trying to slow things down, and if they can, their draft looks amazing, right? If they can get to these later stages, this draft from LGD does look like it will reign supreme, but can they withstand the pressure? Gaming has been the team to dictate the pace, to dictate these quick games. This could be another one they're able to set up if they set up this Queen of Pain in particular for that success.
Sure, and do you think sort of some rightful concerns from the panel as well with regards to what LGD supports are going to be able to do early on to sort of enable the other lanes, or how do you think that's going to play out?
I mean, it's just difficult to be able to, like, with the the Nature's Prophet constantly making these rotations with the teleport, that's where something there could struggle. They're gonna have to like preemptively be ready for the moves, as already right off the bat.
Here. He's able to get off the 3-man shield crash, but still the damage coming in. It's gonna be first blood for Celery. The power of the Nature's Prophet already coming into fruition here with that level 1 play.
Whose blood grenade was that? Was that Celery's? I saw one being thrown out. Yeah, it was. Okay, so, I mean, easy grab there for him, getting set up. Quinn doesn't get the last hit, but either way, does get an advantage inside that middle lane. That's the way they're going to look to play. I'm going to be just watching Celery overall, these TPs, but are they going to be able to slow down Duracho is the question, because if Celery's going to be constantly moving around, perhaps that's where New and Planet are able to take some advantage versus this Chaos Knight, who usually just wins every single lane.
Yeah, talk to me more about this sort of Queen of Pain pick. We just don't see it a lot, but Quinn, realizing that this is the game to pull it off. What do you think it is directly about this draft from LGD that's made him want to get the Queen of Pain out against it?
Definitely limited stuns, right? Just looking overall what they have. They have to commit kind of like ultimates. There's a net, and then there's a silence from the Muerta, and a dead shot. It's pretty limited. These skill shots are not the easiest things to land on something like a Queen of Pain if he's able to get that big snowball advantage. Nothing to say. Getting 7 of the last hits on the first 2 waves, though. So even though he does get killed right away, a very, very good start for this.
precious bounty. A bit faster.
That was one of mine.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Denied!
Radiant structures are fortified.
Never had a chance. That means
For my forge.
Radiant are scanning.
The seeds of fortune.
Oh, don't mind me. Just a wee fairy going about her business.
Your pet?
Radiant are scanning.
Regeneration.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
An amusing fool.
Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I won't lie, that was unexpected.
Can it diffuse the pain?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Worthy tribute. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
My matriarchal prize.
Fit for a queen. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Don't get caught by the net.
They've got the opening net.
Do they have the follow-up?
Got the silence, the dead shot as well. It's perfectly done, but not perfect enough.
No way.
Still able to blink away. The wraparound coming in from Ace. In with the Rain 5 blast and the skeletons over towards Why You Smile. Why You Smile. He's able to move speed. He has enough move speed to get away from it. Towards more, but LGD have kited out this counterplay from
Planet.
Ace. Planet.
He's caught.
Well, back in range of the Wraith King though is Ace. With the backup of Celery. Should be able to escape. The stun comes in, the crits come out. They take Planet down.
I think you can imagine the gaming's gonna look to really accelerate things as soon as they see new. The Magnus having the minus, they're probably like, guys, let's go, go, go. They have no blink dagger on Mag.
Every single time Drash is just going straight for you. Anytime you shows his face on the lane.
Right, LGD, they're playing for the super late game, right? This Midas queued up top. Gaming probably wants to keep pushing down for this tower. Glyph is down. Can't believe Quinn gets away. I mean, he is very tanky at this point.
I mean, they really did everything they could to lock him down. It just wasn't enough.
Yeah, pretty much perfect, but yeah. The occult bracelet, the magic resistance, just 2,000 HP on this Queen of Pain because that advantage he's gotten from the early game.
Blink done on you. Are you smoking up on LGD to make a play around this, or are you still sitting back and looking for the counter plays?
I think they can look to make plays with the Pango and the Magnus, for sure. Still, I mean, they're going to be playing for later stages, but if they can find opportunities to catch heroes that are pushed up too far toward these tier 2s, they can definitely get some kills. Maybe even surprise ones onto something like Ace. The panel was talking about the mana burn. Sometimes from the Pango can be a little bit of an issue for these Raid Kings. Ace is just going to go straight for that shard next.
Half bottom, with a split up.
Do they have enough?
It's a huge amount of damage.
Not quite enough yet. Does get the toggle off this time.
As well, making sure that these illusions unable to finish Duracho off.
I mean, Cirio is honestly getting quite involved with this Nagasar, just trying to bring things back together for his team.
I mean, he really did so much last game, keeping it going into Luna with the illusions. This very much a even more perfect hero for him to play when it comes to just keeping the game going, buying time for the entire team of LGD to scale.
That shard for Ace. Doesn't have to worry about that mana burn coming into play here. D still looking for a player. DD now on nothing to say.
They want to get something done with this blink. Solo RP would absolutely cut it. They'll go for Quinn if they want to.
Thinking about it. Can they get the catch?
There it is.
They can.
Straight in, they get the drag back this time. Have they got enough lockdown? The sleep, the pin.
He's still alive.
Pushes back you. And Quinn is able to jump away, turn with a Sonic Wave and walk this one off. As Ace, he's considering getting involved. He starts to head straight towards them, feeling strong with the fact that he's got that shot, has the reincarnation ready to use aggressively.
I mean, they just use so much. Use their Pango roll, they use their Magnus ult too. So Gaming, they're gonna run at them right here. Celery, TPing up top already, looking for nothing to say. He's got backup coming in. They want this tower, it's 300 HP. Away, over and over again here. A nice attempt there, though.
And they had to go for it.
I mean, look how aggressive he's playing, even near the tier 2.
They've got the vision down.
Magnus. This is dangerous positions here, though. That skewer plays near tier 2s they still have to do respect on the side of Gaming.
Duracho, we're closing in on the BKB timing. He's got it pretty soon if he wants to take apart the Echo.
Accelerating things. These ults on cooldown. 50 seconds, no RP. 28 on the Rolling Thunder. Top tower
is under attack.
Will fall. Ace has skeletons prepped at the ready too.
Dire's top
want to keep threatening it all here. Maybe swing toward the mid lane. They've actually dragged the wave from mid. Duracho to look to keep this pressure going. Quinn taking out Cirio bottom.
Smoke time from Gaming Gladiators this time around.
They know the heroes are positioned on bottom, in particular that Nagasar, and they know that Cirio was down here. Long wraparound. Nothing to say for a second here. Ace
on the jump. Straight away with the stun. It's far too much damage for nothing to say to survive through.
Alright, Tofu and Ace menaces this game. Tofu 5-0-5, the instant bedlam, trusting his buddy. Might be able to run into more too. Cirio. He's been spotted. Ace. Oh, he knows which one the real one is.
Get in with the jump. The illusions are out, Cirio. It looks to try and turn. Tofu's in with the fear. Pushing back Cirio for now. Means that Ace doesn't have to worry about losing the reincarnation quite yet. He's still got that to protect himself and go for a second round. It will get forced out here with the splitter.
Duracho, deep forward new, looking for some skewer plays. 5 seconds till it's back up.
We'll manage to clear out the illusions, make sure there's no vision for LGD to play around to try for that sort of jump. So Gaming Gladiators will back off safely.
Cool smoke though from Gaming. They kind of force LGD all the way back to their base, getting out of their jungle with that one, even while picking up a kill.
Cirio's farm continues to roll in very nicely.
It was nice.
Trying to get this hard done on top of the Manta, and he's closing in on it.
The only scare is that the Pango just continues to have this very, very hard game. Same thing for the Magnus. And the Nagasar, even at this point, like even if he gets the ultimate scaling all the way to the end of these games, is he able to carry versus all this? They have great late game, but 8K lead already for the side of Gaming Gladiators. They're getting crazy scaling, even on the supports, as we were mentioning. Waiting to see what Tofu looks to queue up, because he's having such a good game. The Yule Scepter, but he's sitting on 1200 if he does want to look to go down some scaling route too. There's the pipe now for Celery. More and more tankiness. Quinn, he's got the Aghanims finished up now too, so much more burst potential, much better ways to be able to clear out this Nagasar too. Roche potentially doing on the docket here. Up for Duracho.
Last few attempts from LGD, they just haven't been able to take down this Queen of Pain 100-0.
And Shiro's gone for the full tanky route rather than the aggressive route that we sometimes do see from the Nagasarns. I think sometimes we do see that like Orchid kind of playmaking style come out, but Cirio, he's just trying to build up for himself.
Celery.
He was spotted.
Eyes on you. Further TP's coming in as well. See if you can get the blink off in time. No, the right clicks is there. Celery will catch him. They drag him back into the stun. New punished here for trying to farm in this bottom half of the map. Gaming Gladiators, they'll be having none of that.
Regeneration!
Kind of the name of the game, though, for LGD. Pull gaming away from their base, try to buy more and more time. No new does die. Does force 3 heroes to make.
Turning up for the Roche now. Let's grab this. Ace also very close to his own BKB.
Yeah, and with that kill that they got onto New, so I mean, for LGD, it's probably too difficult for them to contest down here anyway, but guaranteed here for gaming. Just that one off.
Tofu still considering his item build.
Yeah, I've still
1700 gold.
He hasn't queued it up. I've been waiting to see which one he does want to go down the route of. Queen going for a little bit more protection, something you don't see too often anymore on the Queen of Pain, but is buying a Yules after having his Aghanim and his Haya, so just that little bit of extra protection versus the calling in particular could be huge. Aegis, imagine the gaming's going to look to control the map a lot more here, try to constrict this Naga Siren from getting out. Cirio playing in these dangerous positions, trying to get farm in the enemy Ancients. Cutting some waves. Nice micro coming out from him, just saw from that Luna.
I mean, honestly, as long as he's able to survive and stay alive, you can probably guarantee that 2 of these waves at least will be held right back onto Gaming Gladiators' half of the map. It's not going to be too easy for them to get a push going towards multiple lanes at the same time, Gladiators, with the play from Cirio. LGD. Top. Trying something here with the RP once.
Quinn.
They're going to try it again. This time round, do they have enough?
Got the
He's got the Yules. And he's out of there.
That's an RP down and a splitter.
And that time, they don't even come close to killing him.
This Yules pickup feels pretty damn beautiful there. If they don't have that chain stun, which they really don't have with their draft, he's going to be able to get it off every time. And he's going for Kayasan, so status resist is going to make it potentially even easier for him to get off afterwards in these later instances.
Pretty much the only way they can kill this Queen of Pain is if Quinn sort of blinks into them. Yep. But Quinn's not been making those mistakes this game.
Or if they have absolutely everything that comes in like perfectly with Cirio, though. They need everybody hitting him at the same time. Ult's on cooldown. Gaming might look to make another move here. They see Cirio top. I mean, this is an empowered Naga Siren. They're kind of giving away which the real one is.
I mean, and they know that there's no RP.
And Ace knows this is the real one.
I mean, they're already TPing in onto the back lines as well. Cirio's going to go for the song TP out. Same to be said for Why You Smile.
Gets out.
Well, that was close, though. The fear from Tofu nearly catching him, but LGD will escape.
Oh, man, if Tofu's blink was actually on him there, that potentially could have been a catch onto either one of these heroes. The blink was coming on the courier for the Willow, so Tofu, he made his decision what he wants to go for. This is a cool pickup, too. I feel like this is more about stopping it, that initiation or the counter initiation that LGD is going for, rather than scaling for himself. He's looking to see where this RP comes, blink, get the fear off, and reset the fights for his team. So, a cool choice if he's able to get those catches. There's nothing to say his game going. I mean, recovering slightly, but still 0-6-0 for him.
Hasn't been involved in any sort of positive action this game when it comes to kills. It's been rough.
He's tried, but it's just been completely stopped from Quinn. Every single time he comes in, a Sonic Wave just pushes him back and stops him in his tracks. Percentage we see there right now for gaming. Plus is liking their chances.
So much weight right now on Cirio's shoulders.
It really feels like all of it's going to be these big plays that he's able to make with these illusions. Soon having a butterfly, so he is getting quite tanky.
Warriors of the wood.
The rest of his allies pretty poor. Gaming, they're scaling on all 3 cores.
Oh, they really are. They really are. Ace still holding the top spot out of the team. Incredible farm on this offlane Wraith King.
Denied.
BKB going down the aura round afterwards just to enable his teammates even more so. And just keeping it, now they're starting to keep more and more control of the map. After they got this Aegis, they're dealing with all 3 lanes. Celery showing on 1 lane, Ace showing on another, and Quinn with the backup of 2 heroes showing on another one. So they're keeping the lanes shoved in and constricting Cirio from getting his illusions actually out to cut these waves. He's actually been unable to for the last few minutes.
The fact that they're R&D getting the chance to hit these 2 tier 2s at the same time, definitely a concern for how LGD would want to be keeping this game going.
And they can potentially even set up for Tormentor if they'd like to. Maybe a little bit of a risk playing versus the Magnus, and Ace may be thinking about it. Did Celery show what he's going to be building just yet? Okay, does have the Aghanims queued up. You know, it could be a great option.
Nice.
This is the deep jump.
Oh, he's going in past the tier 3s, ready to sort of dive in and look for action. The sleep is there. RP as well. Two of them. It's going to bring them low. Yule's up for Quinn. Quinn will be able to jump out of this one. Gets to the side. Actually hits pretty much a fight.
Gets a ball.
Wave there. Hasil on the second line. Goes towards the ET. Takes down Why You Smile. Cirio has to use the song to back up.
I mean, what a jump there. I mean, Celery keeping it aggressively, and then Ace jumping for
He just
Quinn.
goes straight for it.
Yeah, Quinn gets a connection on almost everybody with Shadow
I think
striking.
it was pretty much a 5-man.
He's trying to use this Aegis as much as possible. Duracho, 40 seconds left on it.
To be able to pocket them once, maybe not, but it's to get out of this direction. He's not even going to lose the Aegis quite yet.
Little toggle gets himself out. They force the glyph. They force quite a bit there. I mean, pretty much every single ulti being used. One silver lining for LGD, but gaming, I mean, at any moment you can see they're very confident just jumping in. Duracho?
Whoa. The skewer back in 10 seconds to later. We'll just look to take him down the first time whilst the Aegis is still there.
And, okay, and they get the tormentor too.
They go around to Quinn. He's in with the jump. Duracho puts the BKB, turns over towards Cirio.
Ciro's in trouble.
He's surrounded here in the corner. He's getting blocked up by Duracho. Sonic Wave as well. Pushed up to the side of the map. Quinn jumps in. He's killing off the back lines. He's taken out Planet Beautiful as well.
Cirio.
Surrounded the Naga Silent Cirio. He's out.
50 seconds.
None of them with 5-man gold available. As GG will be able to push down this bottom lane, maybe even get the tier 3 in the barracks with this one. They're starting to fall a bit low on Quinn, but Duracho's, he's full HP.
He's back to full Quinn.
I mean, what can they do to push this one back? At least there's still a tier 2 in the mid lane.
They don't have their Magnus. They have no way to skewer, no way to hold this off. This Rax is looking pretty dead. Can they stop this? And Quinn, this Arcane Rune right there coming into play. And now Ace.
Nothing to say. They try and put a bit of a slowdown to this push, but at the same time, he's going to make sure that he keeps a fair bit of a distance when the Rolling Thunder does come to an end.
I mean, they're still going, even for the melee racks here. Gaming Gladiators pushing the limits. We'll be backing up. Magnus is respawning. RP's back up. We'll give respect. Another massive hit, 13k lead. They bring down Cirio and Quinn with the back of that Arcane Rune, kind of making the magic happen. The confident blink forward into everybody.
I mean, he knows they can't kill him.
Yep. I mean, his itemization feels absolutely perfect this game, and he knows it. He's playing so confident. Full heart now on the CK as well, too. Massive hit from Gaiman. Everything coming back up for them pretty soon. Sonic Wave, 15 seconds.
It's just been so hard for LGD to really find a killer tool.
Yep. I mean, as soon as the song gets used, they kind of just have to like reset and run, and then once Cirio gets isolated without song, he's just dead. They have no way to follow up to protect him. They have the Shivas as well, too. More and more layers for them to try to get through to bring down this Quap.
Trying to step out of their base a little bit, LGD, but
scary to come out. They keep having to just follow each other together. They have to play as a unit here versus the side of Gaming. They can just get picked off in an instant, as we can see there. Gaming, no hesitation to jump if a hero's isolated. GD. And they find something with this smoke. Quinn. The shield rune.
They try for the skewer back. Hesitations, of course, they don't want to drop the RP because the last few times it's just not worked out.
I mean, even if they get him there, honestly, he just probably pops shield rune and we'll probably see the same thing that happened time and time before. Lanes shoved in. You see the lines being drawn from LGD. They're like, we need to get these lanes out. For the very aggressive play here.
Looking for the jump.
Jump, Cirio. He's got backup.
He glimmered.
Instant play. I mean, Why You Smile in the perfect position there to protect him. More and more items to deal with that Naga. As we said, you know, the Radiance is out, the AC's out for Ace. Great items versus Naga. Now it's Shiva's, of course, coming out for Quinn. Harder and harder for Cirio to solo carry this. All three lanes shoved in. No space for Cirio to get out on the map.
Be able to take out this final tier 2 tower now, Gaming Gladiators.
Roche, it's going to be a long spawn. Ace just jumps in.
He goes straight for it, straight over towards Planet. There will be the Glimmer again to try and get him out of there, but Celery's in with the TP, forced up to the high ground. Planet has been caught by this spread. They get the skewer back on the Celery. Celery caught by the silence. They take the Nature's Prophet down, but the Sonic Wave from Quinn clips Planet.
Look how confident he is with the shield rune. Knows they have no way to get him. Celery does die. And that was the dieback, so 60 seconds without him. Gaming will be happy with that tier 2 in that kill. He'll back up and get that farm going here. DD spawns up top. Quinn gets one of those big talents with the Aghanims build. He's got the 20 talent. Long spawn on that Roche. Maybe a fortunate one for LGD, it feels like a little bit, but either way, they have more than enough time on the side of gaming to just keep these lanes shoved in to constrict Cirio.
Mine.
We're going to be able to listen in on, I believe, Gaming Gladiator to see what they had to say about those previous moments.
Double damage. Radiant are scanning.
Yep.
I mean, he's absolutely right on that one. We're seeing it the way that the Gaming Gladiators are moving as a unit. It's just not allowing LGD any opportunity to get the jump on them.
Not to get the jump on multi-heroes too, right? We've seen one-man RPs, one-man skewers, one-man splitters. Just gaming, they really have not been giving the opportunities to them to get that big wombo combo onto multiple heroes. Full hex now onto Cirio. A little bit more catch to potentially trip up Quinn.
Pull roots and run.
So he's really got his work cut out, Cirio. He's had the chance to get the farm, but can he do what's necessary to keep LGD's hopes alive here in this game too?
It really is all up to him. Subs for it. 4 or 5 heroes actually set up down bottom. Acho getting closer and closer to his MKB to be able to focus down this Nagasarn as well.
Worthy tribute.
Ace almost has an Aghanim, so even if they do get caught in some type of wombo combo and stuff like that, there's the plays around it. More and more scaling continues. Roche. This is a tough call to make, but maybe they might feel like they have to potentially try to contest this Roshan, but yeah, this is a very, very hard call to make.
I mean, in Gaming Gladiators, they're going to be coming straight for them first. Smoke up for Gladiators.
Guard. Combo as Roche will fall.
Dire are scanning.
Racho can play a little bit more, I mean, a little bit more aggressive, but more aggressively. Playing a secondary life, has yet to die this game.
I mean, they're heading towards him top. There's still a tier 1 available here for back. Arrive.
And they've got all these itemization to be able to deal with this Nagastar and Ace also, of course. Flames on top of everything too, so Cloak of Flames Radiant's always going to be amazing versus these illusion heroes on top of Quinn having the Shivas and everything too, and having Cloak of Flames. Look how many of them they have. Yeah, these lanes, they're just constantly being dealt with. On top of the Wrath of Nature, of course, rooting. Once you get that Aghanims, the cooldown also dropping down to that 60 seconds. He can just throw it off cooldown, keep these lanes constantly shoved in, keep LGD inside of their base. now with the Lincolns as well to another layer to try to go through.
They're just never going to catch him.
Nope, doesn't feel like it. Not with the way that he's played. I mean, honestly, it's been pretty much 0 mistakes from him so far, Quinn. Flawless game, a flawless 2 games, to be honest with you.
I'm going to try it for it again. Smoke up. They've got to take some sort of high-risk plays here to try and pull this game back in their favor.
Who do you want to go for, though? There's an Aghanims Wraith King as well, too. These tanky frontliners with Aegis Cheese, too. And Ace is just walking.
He might just even blink in.
He's taunting them. He wants him to go for him.
He's going to jump the stone up, and you see they turn with the Hex. If they can bring him down the once, they get the drag back up towards the tier 3.
The face.
Take him down once. If they can do it a second time, Quinn starts to jump forward, gets the Shadow Strike out onto New. It's enough to hold them back, and indeed there's not any sort of attempt from LGD to try and go on Ace a second time.
60 seconds, we'll be back up.
Pretty much all waves starting to push in against LGD. 2 minutes as they just under Accio.
Big neutrals found. Penta edge now for him as well. After this MKB, he is hitting incredibly hard.
Dah, aman.
Rare to see the Naga Siren unable to really send the illusions out to try to get any farm, but they're just dealing with them so quickly every time they see them.
Leaving the base does not feel like an option right now for LGD whatsoever.
Getting massively out-farmed. Gaming's farming 90%
Iya,
of the
benar.
map.
We heard it in the comms earlier, just sort of keeping everything very calm on Gaming Gladiators. Dreadshow, you get clipped by the harpoon, they're able to pull him in, but Quinn's in with the backup. They get the Zoe wave, push back onto the 3 of them. The RP's dead, but it looks like it doesn't really matter. They've already lost planet. Shiro having to use the song.
Makanya itu gua tanya, kali aja ada kloter kayak yang kemarin tuh.
Is that another 4-man Sonic Wave, I feel like, from Quinn? I feel like every single time he's getting so many of these heroes. I can't imagine what his damage in this game, but it probably is by far the highest.
And Ace
going again.
He's going up towards the tier 4s. They get another round of the Shadow Strike daggers out onto the 2 of them. Shiro trying to step forward. The illusions out. But Jirachi pretty much ignoring them. Hitting onto the tier 3.
Shiro's
they
in
catch
trouble.
Shiro with the sun.
Gua bantu Chris.
Display of dominant. Perfect. Quinn just took over everything. Nothing to say. Ends the game 0-7-0.
That is gotta
Holy
be
crap.
one of the most brutal. They get shut down out of the competition by Gaming Gladiators, who are going to be moving on to that grand finals with an incredible force after the sort of ferocity that they win these 2 games with. Gaming Gladiators, they'll take the series 2-0 against LGD and are going to the grand finals.
A dominant showing from this team. They have made it all the way from the first lower bracket round, and now they're going to be playing in the grand finals in a short time. They have a little bit of time to reset, and we have some time to break down this series to talk about game number 2, because Naga could have done work, Gunner. We saw the pick coming.
Makin
We saw
GG
a
nih.
great counter pick, but the game never progressed to a point
Play to win.
to farm where she could do anything.
Yeah, I think the Queen of Pain kind of popped off.
Yeah, massively.
Nothing to say, had a really rough time.
Play to win.
And Quinn just showing the mid diff.
Team Spirit Grand Final anjing jam 4 hari ini ya. Gue kira tanggal 30. Oh iya 30 ding. 30. Siap, siap.
Play in formation, let's not play scared, but how do you ensure that not playing scared doesn't result in a bad initiation gunner? How do you make sure, or what was their formation to make sure every team fight was going to go in their way that they could have the advantage?
Pretty much what he means is don't make the same mistake of the diving too far on the high ground or diving too far on that tri-camp in the first game.
Right.
Where they just stay in a ball and they just move up slowly. They take the objective that's in front of them. They don't go for more, and every fight seemed like Quinn would just delay the fight with his ult. He would just push back the Pengo roll or whatever initiation there was from Magnus. And once the fight kind of starts and they get to survive that initial time and Queen of gets 2 Qs off, 3 Qs off, the fight just kind of was over.
Gaming Gladiators now a top 2 team. They're going to be the grand finals. I'm sure they're elated. So let's hear from them in a little bit. Well, he's actually not ready yet. They want to take some time. They want to compose themselves so we can hear maybe a little bit more from you, Sheep, about the game.
I don't know. I just thought it was like so clean and nice. They never really got to their timings, and then when they were able to like skewer back, it's like you're too tanky, you're too hard to kill, you have an Aegis. Like they're playing this so carefully and disciplined. Like the fact that they stomped early, but the game still kind of, you know, dragged a little bit. It's just because Gaimin are not giving them any opportunity to throw.
It was a hidden counter pick to the Pengo as well. I didn't know that you know, this Queen of Pain is such a big problem to the Pengo during the fights, because he couldn't really roll into the fight and like, create this chaos because he was constantly pushing back. And they did a really good job of like stopping Magnus from initiation, because like it was their only chance of like getting this 2 or 3 man RPs to turn the game around, but they never had a chance to do that.
All right, well, now I know for sure that they are ready. We're going to have a winners interview. We're going to see how Ace feels about playing in the grand finals, being a top 2 team.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, it's Ace from Gaming Gladiators! Ace, you are the rock of this team. You are hardly ever moved by anything, but now you are going to the grand finals of the International, a completely dominant year with only the smallest amount of stumbles and...
Schedule terakhir lawan siapa nih? Team Spirit double TI winner. Gaming Gladiator. Oh, kemarin siapa? Tundra atau itu ya? Kemarin Tundra atau itu ya?
Yeah, it feels pretty good, but we didn't win yet, so I'm not all in the skies yet. You know, I'm still down on the ground. Still need to be focused.
Oh, that's what your team needs. Fantastic. Any words out there for your competitors, you know, that have come and gone? You guys have crushed everybody, breaking records, potentially 1 in a million in history, going from lowers to going to the grand finals and winning it. Any words for the teams that you have brutally eliminated along the way?
Sorry, boys. Maybe next time.
And of course, thank you. Coming up to the grand finals, this is a match that you guys have done many times before. How are you going to beat Team Spirit?
They are hard to crack.
them for the future, like just like think about their own play style, like find their strategies and like not respond too much to the enemies.
Yeah, because it always seemed like this entire series and kind of the entire lower bracket is gaming forces everyone to play their game. And LGD, it seemed like they fell to it. And looking forward, there's Spirit, which I think are one of the teams that are really good at doing their own thing. Whether they're winning early game, losing early game, they're going to play their game and they're going to win. So if there's one team that hopefully won't conform to how gaming plays, it'll be Spirit in the finals.
How do you feel about LGD, Sheep? What's one of your highlights that you had over the last 3 weeks with them?
I just think, I mean, I'm just really happy that they managed to take it this far. I think like them and Azure Ray really showing up for China. There was this massive gap at the beginning of the year where so many old players did retire, and we had this new players filling in. Like we have now on.
Around controlling runes, ganking mid, and just the way that they always set up their silence as well. It's everything you just have to counter. And so to some extent what Reza was saying was you don't want to purely counter the enemy draft, but I think there's some limit to kind of finding a balance where you're doing your own thing that doesn't get countered by what gaming's doing.
Yeah, I'm definitely a bit worried about Laurel because Quinn is like showing like every time, like every matchup, like it doesn't matter who he's playing against, like he's ready for that and accounting for that.
You don't have faith in the growth that Lal has had over this year? He's been showing up more and more every event that we see him.
I think Lal is like so stable that if you crush him the way you crushed like nothing to say in that last game, right? Like I think he'll struggle to find a game, and it will be very hero dependent on the impact he's able to have. For example, in games that they're losing when he's on Conker, he's going to play a lot better than like when he's on his Viper. You know, just by way of the.
Jatah kita.
They're in the grand finals for a reason, waiting.
Yeah, I mean...
They did go through upper bracket.
Exactly, I was about to say, they're coming in the upper bracket. Like, they were able to stay up there. They knocked LGD down here to be then eventually knocked out by Gaming Gladiators. What's a big takeaway from the LGD Team Spirit matchup that we had in the upper bracket yesterday that you're like, oh, maybe this is something that is a weakness we haven't seen in Team Spirit before?
Well, the biggest thing that excites and worries me is that there was a 70-minute game, which we really haven't seen gaming play. So either Spirit will be able to force gaming to play this really long game, which I would say favors them, or will gaming just destroy the average game time for Spirit, make it really low, and just crush 3 games in a row.
Yeah. Hey, we kind of heard when Ace had his winners interview that they're going to keep playing at their game. Maybe it's going to be that tempo. But right now, we do have to close out this series. We want to hear from one of the LGD players. We have our exit interview. It's Tsunami and Why You Smile.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am standing by with Why You Smile, and Jin will be helping me translate. Smile, it's kind of strange to think that you're now very much a veteran, and for a squad like this with so many players that are kind of new to an experience like this, what was it like guiding them through such a high-intensity tournament here at the International?
就是外队，你现在在这个战队里面是其中一个老将了嘛？ 然后这次就想问你，带了这么多新人吧，新血液来到这一届比赛，然后整个过程是对你来说是什么样的一种感受呢？
对于我来说，可能整个过程也是更多也是唤醒自己，就是因为看着他们比较年轻，然后比较有冲劲，然后也更多是对 TI 的憧憬吧。
It's more of it feels like a wake-up call to myself as well, because just watching these younger players, seeing the drive, seeing the motivation, it kind of, it's like a wake-up call for me. It reminds me of what kind of mentality I should be having as well.
That's wonderful to hear. Then also in terms of maybe reigniting your competitive passion, obviously here in this venue, even you must have some very fond memories. So was there any experiences that you had with the fans or just the being back in Seattle sensation that you're hoping to remember as you leave this event?
就想问，这次来到西雅图，相信你也是有很多回忆啊，包括有很多让你怀旧的一些情景和经验。然后包括这次来到场面上，看到这么多粉丝在支持你们，看到整个比赛的过程，你有没有什么就是关于怀旧这方面的感受呢？
现在可能
ada yang di ban nggak? Ada yang di ban nggak?
因为但有一点是线上观众特别多，并且支持我们的观众也特别多。然后在西雅图毕竟是他国嘛，然后这种感触特别深吧。然后现在可能更多是比较难过吧，因为最后的决赛并没有杀进去，然后就是没办法继续听到他们为我们呐喊吧。
I don't really feel much of those emotions at this very moment because we just lost our series. I'm feeling pretty sad right now. However, it is very touching to see so many fans, so many Chinese fans and international fans here at the arena cheering for us. I think one of the biggest sense of loss I feel right now is just not being able to get into the grand finals, not being able to hear them.
Bisa-bisanya ini Dota, buset dah. Gaming Gladiator. Secret OG kemana? Main cantik kalah sama main to win. Main buat menang. Wih, bisa gitu. Pinter dong. Walaupun seadanya tapi pinter itu. Cekar kocepaot ngeri ya. %5 lagi. Berapa jam itu, Cok? Anjir, ini gak jelas. Ini apaan, Cok? Anjing, hero-nya kayak gini-gini. Kunka support. Aduh. Hero-nya apa aja, Cok? Oh, ada ini. Oh, anjing. Ada poach, ada tukang verifier, anjir. Itu di bom voting ya. Ya. Siapa ini tim gua? Sorry. Sabar ngerol. Wah, nggak beli apa-apa. Si Amal nggak beli apa-apa, nyimpen duit si Amal. Si Amal nyimpen duit. Oke. Draw gak ya?
Teach them the quiet ground.
Hasil. Ini support gua yang mana nih?
Dire victory.
Tinker enggak. Aku jual aja dah. Kun ke mana?
Radiant victory.
Gak usah tinker apa ya?
Fresh mate.
Radiant victory.
Fresh mate. Fresh mate.
Radiant victory.
Fresh mate. Boy, fresh mate.
Dire victory.
Makan dulu aja ya.
Fresh meat.
Maafin aja. Juga oke sih. Biar
Fresh meat.
Dire victory.
nah gini aja dah. Aduh, silencer gua jadi dong. Aduh. Lupa gua. Dari awal harusnya. Dua lima.
Radiant victory.
Waduh, ini siapa nih kanin? Tinker kah?
Dire victory.
Nah,
Fresh meat. Fresh meat.
Dire victory.
Aduh.
Fresh mate! Fresh mate!
Radiant victory.
Aduh. Irit. Hand of Shadowless itu apa sih? Bisa nyolong ini ya, barang ya. Tapi yang barang yang dicolong gak hilang beneran kan? Hilang beneran.
Dire victory.
STR nih. Kayak sange. Shadow blade, so inside.
Dire victory.
Nggak bisa. Bisa diajar. Elah kok diem aja cok. Goblok ah. Goblok ini gua.
Radiant victory.
Balista atau gie ya? Jeng. Kita dapatnya jatah itu. Nih, apa ya ini? Nih. Pusing. Ini belum multi, Cok.
Victory.
Lacking versi.
Fresh meat. Fresh mate.
Dire victory.
Immortality.
Immortality.
Ya, santai dulu dong. Mantap.
Assault your ass.
Radiant victory.
Dari lihat orang copy paste. Ngilangin smoke gimana ya? Ngapain gua smoke ya? Salah gua. Assassin gua ngacau dah. Aduh, draw-nya free. Ngeri. Aduh. Aduh, tomnya, Cuk. Aduh.
Hope they have something very special cooked up for this. And this series, there's a little bit of a change compared to all the series we saw before. It's a best of 5. And normally you've got one team coming in thinking, oh, maybe they don't have a lot of experience with best of 5s and actually taking them in the end. But both of these teams, have shown that the adaptation that is needed in a series like this, they got it.
Yeah, and not only do they have the adaptation, but the kind of play styles mirror it as well. Like Spirit, they're a team that have been behind quite a lot to come back into their games. And then for Gaming Gladiators, you mentioned that they played the most games, 24 games. Their average win time is 36 minutes. That's 10 minutes quicker than Team Spirit. So it really feels like this whole series will be, can Spirit survive the onslaught of gaming? Can they find those moments of collapsed brilliance to get back into their games and then close it out? Like, this is just two so different teams. It's like a beautiful finals.
Two different styles, because Gaming Gladiators, they've been so dominating and everybody was focused on them starting from the laning stage, one of the best. You know, everybody was also talking about the Bed Boom as a strong laning stage team. But Team Spirit, when it comes down to late game decision making, the way they're making their plays, they're just top notch. I think when it comes down to super late game, Team Spirit is the best team in the world.
But they gotta get there first, though. A lot of teams have failed to do so against Gaming Gladiators. I think that one thing that I've noticed over the last few days is that there has been a lot of talk about the offlaners, Effie. I feel like we're seeing them be put in the role to be the star player for their squad.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Gaming Gladiators offlaner, Ace, he is the rock of this team. He is their stable player.
Masih tidur. Yang nggak boleh apa nih? physical damage pada bola saya.
Radiant victory.
Oscar, bro. Oh ini aja. Magnus. Dipo gak boleh ya? Oke. Waduh. Anjir gak masak. Tolonglah, tank gua, tank gua dong, tolong. Agak permanen. Itu diarahin ke hero-nya, udah nempel. Diarahin ke hero. Anjir. Bisa.
Radiant victory.
Ya. Wih, gak ada. Tank gua gak ada. Aduh, gile. Tank gua masih level 1, cok. Aduh, gua gak dapat ngerol. Astaga. Anjir. Seeker ada nggak? Bisa. Wah, tactical pause nih. Sakit bener, Cok. Itu skillnya pohon ya, sakit ya. Ya, miss dong. Ya. Astaga. Aduh, TB gua, Cok. akhirnya.
Dire victory.
Jangan Pokna bangke, gua nggak bisa ngehit tuh. Oke, sementara pasang ini. Las.
Radiant victory.
Iya. Nah. Ngeri, ngeri. share. Bener foto itu. Nanya. Apa ntar pokoknya akhir-akhir dibantai. Aganimnya not worth.
Dire victory.
Aduh, parah. Astaga. Tadi nggak tahu itu tuh. Coba. Lambat banget jalan. Lotus hilang. Lotus BKB. Ya.
Radiant victory.
Kepake. Itu Lotus kepake. Iya, diarahin ke diri sendiri. Tapi kalau AI-nya dodol ya belum punya item semua. Astaga, bukan seperti gua kan. Nah, nice ult, tapi aduh, gak jelas nih terbarnya, cok. Sepatu udah ini mah. Ini boleh lah.
Radiant victory.
Wah, pas. Pas ini. Wih, statik stone gua bagus, cok. Bentar bener, cok. Wah, ngeri Uskarnya. Item bagus, please. Anjir. Waduh, butterfly. Mantap dah. faster. Nah.
Dire victory.
Coba dulu ya. Sudah. Wah, ngeri Oscarnya.
Radiant victory.
Boleh. Bloodseeker-nya wih. Oke. Apa ya? Ini betul level mentok juga. Ini buat area armor.
Radiant victory.
Location target and post random item in target with hold down and fear the target near virus within. Ini spell damage, health, mana reduction, attack rank, damage, armor. BKB kak ya.
Radiant victory.
Ini bisa ruptur berapa kali? 2. Aduh, mati. Yang next gua mati. Ngeri.
Radiant victory.
Aduh, salah, Cok. Kelamaan mikir. Mati gila. Ngeri, thank you, Kami.
Radiant victory.
Red. Rupture. Kalah kalau Baywatch sama naik mah. Kalah lifesteal.
Dire victory.
Ini istilahnya.
Radiant victory.
Ngeri. Aduh.
Victory.
Ini apa ya? Bingung, Cok. Ini ganti dah ini mah. Punya ganti harpon. Hitting harpon. Nih, mana, Cok?
Radiant victory. Radiant victory.
Mana ya Medusa ya? Nih. ngeri. Oh, nggak bisa ngehit. Nah. Medusa lu di assassin nih. Di support cok sama Desel cok. Medusanya sakit. Kayaknya nih nge-cheat ya Om Cepot ya. Aduh. Shadowfin nggak work pakai ini, nggak work pakai harpun. Harpun itu milih doang. Harpon yang di iya. Ngeri. Ngeri. Tapi mahal kan ya? Nonton ini. Berapa sih sekarang?
All right. What was the...
Boleh. Wih, tim Spirit. Bebas ya ini ya, apa aja ya. Jam cukup gak ini ya? Duh, salah. Wih, backupnya telat, Cuk. Gua rugi 300, Cok. Beli verifier tapi nggak dapat SDR. Brengsek.
Radiant victory. Dire victory.
Ini kalau nggak salah. Ya Tuhan. Harusnya bentar gua. Mari.
Dire victory.
Flashmate!
Aduh.
Dire victory.
Aduh. Ngapain tak? Aduh, goblok. Ini bagus banget sih.
Dire victory.
Parah, cuma 1 clock doang.
Dire victory.
Ngeri.
Fresh mate.
Dire victory. Radiant victory. Dire victory.
Wah, mainkan awal-awal.
Fresh mate. Fight.
Dire victory.
Fresh mate.
Dire victory. Dire victory. Radiant victory. Victory.
Ada refresher.
Fresh meat.
Dire victory. Radiant victory.
BKB.
Dire victory.
Mati. Geges. Keluar pagi.
Radiant victory.
Tuh, kok masih ada?
Radiant victory.
Oh. Aduh. Aduh. Lagi nyoba meta lain. Udahlah. Kalah. Dose. Terus war pagi. Live war pagi. Oh iya. Ini cok. Jadi gak nonton cok. Gue sambil nonton.
Spirit and find openings like that.
It's what Celery wants to do for sure. Every time you get one of these pickoffs with the Furon, you get to farm their side of the map, you get deep wards up, it's going to set up for your next play, and then your economy is just going to explode. And you get some extra items on this Furon, he can control the fight. The Ag's very good this game with the root and disarm, right?
Aduh, not responding.
To farm up Laurel with their Empower going to work. That is a successful move for gaming.
And an interesting note, there's just no hand of Midases in this game. Wraith King, Faceless Void, both heroes that have bought it times, but feels like as the tournament's gone on, particularly probably because the way the Gaming Gladiators has stomped through some games, there are teams who've been a bit wary about picking up that greedy item.
I mean, Midas is a crutch item, let's be honest. You know, Midas is an item for, you know, the bottom 14 teams. It's not really a grand finals item. You know, you gotta, if you're worthy of a true Pantheon, then you don't need the extra GPM. You're gonna collect it off your enemies here. See,
that is
Collapse
what
can do that. He's still trying to find something with this blink, or maybe he's just happy empowering his other cores and letting them take the bulk of the net worth. Toro still pretty much untouched during this period. He's just going Mask Madness into the Maelstrom and power on top of it. I mean, this Void is going to keep up and farm, even with a Radiant Skeleton King. Am I allowed to say that? Farming up the entire map. He will match him.
Oh, Laurel is essentially there to grab him. Mira can stop some of this, though. Throws out in silence, thinks well. Oh, so much burst damage, though. Celery hit him big with that one. He got off the shield crash, though.
No way.
And those shields are keeping him alive. They need a bit more damage, but now he's TPing away. Goodbye. Oh, no. Gaming Gladiators got to feel so bad about that. A pickoff on Laurel, the highest net worth in this game, would have been a dream opening for them. And that was one of the few openings you'll have against this guy because he is closing in on the Lincolns fast.
Just not crisp enough. Laurel walks it off. I think